Check, check.
It is now 1:20, which means that your third breakout session will begin in 10 minutes. Again, you can refer to the map on your lanyard for where you might be going for that, and we encourage you to start moving that direction. Ray's book will continue to be on sale. It's just going to be moved into the area near the coffee shop. So if you just go down the hall, you can still purchase books down there by the coffee shop.
Check, check. Test, check, check.
Hello, everyone. Weren't those breakout sessions today great? Let's give a round of applause for all of our breakout presenters. Fantastic work today that we got to all hear and share in. And this is part of that community that Dr. Josberger was talking about as she opened our time today. And welcome to the end of the day at this point. This is our last plenary session together. A couple of quick notes for you. I happen to be sporting the Ray t-shirt for the Hebrew Bible Conference, which is not just for me and for the speakers, but also for you. So these are for sale in the JCA. If you don't know what that is, it's right where you got coffee, just down the hall next to Rogers. So there will be t-shirts there. Also, copies of Ray's second edition of his book, Reading the Bible for a Change, is available there. And I do want to make sure you know, today and today only, you can purchase a copy for 40% off the publisher's price. So this is a good deal today to get yourself one copy or 5 copies. I give them away, it seems like, about every month or so. So do be sure that you stop down by the JCA and pick up a couple copies of his book as well. Our final guest presenter today is Dr. Tim Mackey. Tim also earned his undergraduate degree here at Multnomah. You've probably noticed a trend. He went on to pursue his master's degree at Western Seminary and completed his PhD in Hebrew Bible and Jewish Studies at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Tim's early research and writing interests focused on the manuscript history of the Bible and the formation of the biblical canon. After years of ministry as a local church pastor and a professor at Western Seminary, Tim now serves as a lead research scholar and creative director at Bibleproject. You can read Tim's published dissertation, Expanding Ezekiel, the Hermeneutics of Scribal Edition in the Ancient Text Witnesses of the Book of Ezekiel, as well, for some light reading before you go to bed. His presentation today is entitled Chosen One or Traitor, Jonah, Achan, and the Narrative Analogy in the Hebrew Bible. Let's welcome together Dr. Tim Mackey.
Hello, friends. How are you? Good. I trust that you are as equally stimulated and or caffeinated, and it's hard to tell them apart, I know, by everything that's happening here today. What a special day. And for lots of reasons. I know there's this really big clock right here, and so I'm going to use some of the short time that I have. I want to begin with two notes, though, that are more personal. One is the idea for this came from a couple places, but the person with the idea who made the organization of things happen, without whom we wouldn't all be here, is Alan Jones. Where are you, Alan? If I'm going to force the issue. There you go, Alan. Thank you. Yeah. Lots of corralling of people who are more like herding cats. I don't know, something. So thank you for your hard work. And then, of course, it's been said, but I also just want to use just my opening words to acknowledge what a special moment this is. There are moments in life where you just have this sense that the experience is overloaded, oversaturated with meaning. And that's how I'm experiencing today. And so there are many of you who are here, and you're here because you have been impacted by the work of someone who sat in Ray's classes, but you actually have never yourself taken a class with Ray. And so that's amazing to think about. And you're having an experience of today. But then there's a whole bunch of us who have had the opportunity to sit in classes with Ray, and we're having the experience you're having and a whole other kind of experience as well, that's both a reunion and then a moment to just reflect on the gift that was given to us through a glorious image of God named Ray Lubeck. And it's such an honor to be here and to celebrate. And I know, even though you're not physically squirming, you are inside. But I just, Ray what we encountered in your classes was something really special. So special that it drove how many, we should get a count of how many people went on to dedicate years of their lives to the labor of learning ancient languages and suffering through the labor of grad school because a fire got lit inside of us. And you passed that torch to so many, all the presenters today and many, many more. So I know you're human. Tamara really knows that you're human. But the memories and the impact of sitting in your classes was a gift of God's Spirit that is birthing new seed and new life still today. And there's just many of us who are here. We wouldn't be doing what we're doing if it wasn't for the encounter we had with Jesus through Scripture by sitting in your classes. So thank you, Ray, for that gift. My presentation is about Jonah, because how could it not be? The first class that I had the opportunity to take with Ray was Bible Study Methods, How to Read Biblical Literature. And as you know, it was building the skill set for how to read biblical narrative, biblical poetry. And one of the most introductory skills, was surely within the first half a dozen classes, was the most basic skill that, to me, has become the most valuable skill that just keeps on giving. And that's at the core of, and I've developed my language for how to talk about it, but at its core, it's look at the thing. Professor Agassiz and the fish, anybody? Do you remember the parable? Look at it, go to sleep, look at it again, and then again, and then again. And notice things that repeat. So my presentation is titled Chosen One or Traitor, Jonah, Achan, that's how you say his name in Hebrew, and not Achan, Achan, and narrative analogy in the Hebrew Bible. My friends, you don't even have to have taken ever a class on how to study the Bible to realize when you're reading the story of Jonah, you're reading something akin to what we might call a takedown piece in our culture today. So the story of Jonah is a highly satirical and critical portrait of a stubborn Israelite prophet whose name means dove. Jonah means dove. And one of the most consistent tools that the narrator uses to deepen the portrait of the stubborn prophet is character contrast, specifically with two groups of non-Israelites, the sailors in chapter 1, the Ninevites in chapter 3. And what I want to do is focus in on a set of character contrasts in the storm scene with the sailors in chapter 1. This scene is full of ironies, and the more you stare at it, the more it just keeps on making you laugh. For example, sailors, who, aren't the most savory crowd in most cultures that you go into, but sailors are able to discern in the storm that comes upon them on the ship that there are divine powers at work behind the storm. So much so that they're screaming and yelling out to their gods. Well, Jonah, God's chosen one, decides this is the perfect time to go take a nap, right? Right, and you laugh because it's funny and you're supposed to. Jonah only ends up calling on his God, like the sailors, because the captain hunts him down and compels him to pray to his God. And this creates the deep irony that you have a pagan sailor telling an Israelite whose people only exist because their God rescued them at sea from the waters, right? The Sea of Reeds. And he has to be reminded of this to pray for a sea rescue. Are you guys with me? Okay. So the sailors' terror and fear at the divine power behind the storm is emphasized no less than 3 times. They feared, the men were greatly afraid, and then they feared a great fear. They feared a great fear 3 times. And this is in contrast to what Jonah claims to have, which is, he says, I'm a Hebrew and I fear Yahweh, the God who made, right, the sea and the dry land. And of course, you're just like, no, you don't. Nobody who fears Yahweh would try to run away from Yahweh by getting on a boat, no less. And again, that's the whole point, is that we laugh. So there are many, many examples, and you can read all the commentaries, and they all observe. It's just right there on the surface, low-hanging fruit, that Jonah is being contrasted with the sailors, and that contrast is actually deepening if you're willing to stare at the thing and meditate on those contrasts. The portrait of Jonah becomes multicolor 3D, much more deep than if you were just to read it, one time and think that you get what the story is all about. So what I want to concentrate on is this technique. It's a technique that I learned from Ray, and then it's a technique the biblical authors are constantly drawing upon, and it's just the gift that keeps on giving. And I keep rediscovering how important this tool is, and I just want to focus on it. It's fairly simple. You might be really underwhelmed by what I'm about to share after the quality of this morning's presentations, but nonetheless, this is my humble offering. Under promise, over deliver, that kind of thing. All right. So the strategy that the narrator works is very simple. The word fear is used 4 times in the storm scene. 3 times of the sailors. They were afraid. They feared a great fear. They feared a great fear. This sets you up so that the repetition of the word fear, when you hear the word come out of Jonah's mouth, notice it's the narrator who says the sailors are truly afraid. But the narrator doesn't say that Jonah's afraid. It's actually Jonah that claims for himself. And you're already suspect of his integrity as a character because of what he's done so far. So do you guys get the technique? It's the repetition that makes you think, oh, those guys fear God. This guy says he fears God, but I'm pretty sure that he doesn't. Did you guys get it? Okay, there you go. That's it. You got it. That's how it works. So just rinse and repeat. Just like do this, and you will begin to experience the kind of sophistication of character portraits that the Hebrew Bible really offers if you're willing to stare at the thing over and over and over again. What I would like to do is offer my observations of a set of character contrasts that, to my knowledge, hasn't been noticed by anything that I've read, and of course I've become obsessed with Jonah. I'm not sure my stack of Jonah commentaries rivals yours yet, but it might, I'm not sure. But so thank you for this obsession with the book. So these kinds of character contrasts in the last half century of scholarly literature on literary analysis of biblical narratives, one of the names that these types of contrasts or comparisons have been called is narrative analogy. And the basic tool is fairly simple. A narrator will use key words and images in one particular story to contrast one place with another place, one thing with another thing, to compare one person with another person. And as you notice, the repeated words are the invitation to hold the two things and to compare and to meditate on them. This one's fairly easy to know that you're supposed to compare them because it's in the same exact scene, like it's in the same exact paragraph. But the biblical authors were not limited to using this technique to just compare and contrast things within the same exact scene, the same poem, or even the same story. Biblical authors are also doing the same thing when they set 2 stories next to each other. Biblical authors are also using the same technique when they link together character, places, or stories that are on separate scrolls in the biblical collection. And what's interesting is that the terminology for these sets of comparisons, when they're on different chapters or different scrolls, we use the words intertextuality, interbiblical allusion, or hyperlink. Whichever term you want to choose, we're just describing the same exact thing. Repeated words and images that call one story or poem to mind, and you're meant to upload both of them. Click on the hyperlink, so to speak. Upload both in your minds, and then meditate biblical style, which is not to empty your mind, but to focus your mind on meditating on the two stories as if they're side by side. How you guys doing? You're probably not learning anything right now, but it's just good to be reminded of the fundamentals, because stare at the thing again one more time. So the reservoir of potential analogies for character comparison and contrast span the entire biblical collection. And biblical authors are constantly doing this pervasively. Let me illustrate a more complex example of narrative analogy. And again, this is, many people have noticed this before me. The second line of Jonah, when God says to Jonah, "Go to Nineveh, that great city, call out against it, because their evil has risen up before me." This is a more complex example of narrative analogy. The precise wording of God's words to Jonah in verse 2 actually comes from two places in the Torah, but those two places in the Torah are themselves hyperlinked through narrative analogies through a whole network of texts. Beginning with the story of Cain and Abel, we hear about the blood of Abel crying out to the ground, and God hears the cry. The flood story begins with God saying, "The end of all flesh has come before me," Ba'al Lefanai. In the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah, it's very great, its sin is heavy. "I will go down and see if its outcry, tza'akah, has come to me," if that's what they have done totally. The Israelites suffering in Egypt, and they cried out, and their outcry rose up to God from their slavery. How you guys doing? So this is a network of narrative analogies. Each one down the chain is activating some previous narrative analogy from earlier in the Torah. And so what the reader, the process the reader's being asked to undergo is to compare Pharaoh, starting at the bottom, compare Pharaoh and what he's doing, the evil that he's perpetrating and the outcry that he's causing, to the outcry of Sodom and Gomorrah, so that Egypt is like a new Sodom and Gomorrah. But Sodom and Gomorrah is like a new generation of the flood. And the generation of the flood is the culmination of the violence begun with Cain and Abel. You guys tracking with me? That's how it works. And so notice the narrator of Jonah begins the book of Jonah by just citing two links of the chain. But in reality, what you're being asked to do is recall something you're supposed to already know, which is all of the links in the chain. And so you won't be surprised that later in Jonah, you will have other narrative analogies that compare Nineveh to Sodom and Gomorrah, even though the Sodom and Gomorrah text wasn't the one hyperlinked, verbatim in the opening line. You guys tracking with me? So this is what you call the work of ninja masters. And you're just supposed to know because the ideal readers and the actual communities that produce these biblical texts guided by God's Spirit were ninja nerds, literary ninja nerds. And it's not just because they thought literary art is cool. It's exactly what Andy was sharing this morning. It's because God's Spirit guided these authors out of a context in which it's a way of seeing reality, in a way of seeing the world, and the texts are an instantiation of a way of understanding the divine purpose at work in the world. To notice patterns in these texts is training us to notice patterns in our own lives as well, as we attempt to discern the divine purpose in our day too. So what I'd like to do with the brief time that I have left is show you one other narrative analogy that I haven't heard anyone else talk about, but I am certain it's what's going on, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that I am. In Jonah chapter 1, verse 7, the sailors say to each other, "Come, let us cause lots to fall down, napira gorot, so we can know on whose account this evil referring to the storm, on whose account this evil is to us." And so they cause lots to fall down, and the lot fell upon dove, Jonah. So this type of story, where there's some disaster either present or looming, and there is some lot casting ritual in order to discover the culprit. Yes, this was a practice that was common in the ancient Near East, also in ancient Israel. But that doesn't explain why this particular way of finding a culprit for a disaster that's either present or is about to happen, why it happens not everywhere in the Hebrew Bible. In fact, it happens precisely 5 times. And as you meditate on each of these these are not the only 5 times that casting lots happens. There's Esther and Purim. There's the division of the promised land in Joshua. But where there's a disaster looming or about to happen or present, and the culprit is somehow surfaced through lot casting, well, it actually just happens these 5 times. And very similar to the stories of the outcry, these 5 stories are riddled with hyperlinking vocabulary. They're inviting the reader to make a whole series of narrative analogies. Shall we? Let us. Actually, we can't do all of them. Actually, I just said, shall we? No, it's not what we're going to do. What we're going to do, we're just going to focus on one, the discovery of Achan. In the paper, I also include the selection of the goat of sin on the Day of Atonement, but I am certain that there's not going to be time for that another day. I want to meditate just for a few minutes on the story of Achan's treachery in Joshua chapter 6, 7, and 8, and then show how that's relevant for an aspect of Jonah's character that's uniquely connected to this narrative analogy. The story of Joshua chapter 6 through 8, it's a triad of literary units. It's the victory at Jericho. Then they go to the city of Ai. The Israelites go to Ai, and there's a defeat. Then they resolve the problem, and then there's a victory again. Victory, defeat, victory. Yeah? Anybody? So it's a nice little triad, little symmetrical thing of awesomeness. In the story of the victory, right, at Jericho, there's a speech that Joshua gives before the Israelites are to march around the city for the 7th time on the 7th day. And what he says is the city and everything that's in it is to be devoted to Yahweh. Only Rachav, the prostitute, and all who are with her in the house will live, because she hid the messengers whom we sent. That was back in Joshua chapter 2. Joshua says, as for y'all, keep away from the things devoted to destruction, so that you don't take them and bring about your own destruction, making the camp of Israel an object for destruction, bringing trouble, achar, upon it. But all the silver and gold and items of bronze and iron, holy to Yahweh, they must go into the treasury. So notice here you have an enemy city. You have the Israelites, and they can see the enemy. It's outside. The enemy is out there. But then what's interesting about the enemy out there is within the enemy out there, there is one who is actually a friendly, an insider. That's namely Rachav and the prostitute. And she is to be saved from the enemy without and brought within. You guys tracking with me? So the outsider actually becomes the insider because of her faithfulness to Yahweh, which was to rescue the spies when they entered into the city. But Joshua warns, because we, being the covenant insiders, risk making ourselves the enemy outsiders if we take from the devoted things and bring achar, trouble, upon the people of Israel. Perish the thought that anybody would do that. And of course, that's precisely what happens. The Israelites, chapter 7, verse 1, broke faith concerning the devoted things, and Achan, son of Carmi, son of Zabdi, son of Zerach, of the tribe of Judah, troublemakers, he took from the devoted things, and Yahweh's anger was kindled against the Israelites. So, notice we have an enemy outsider, Rachav, and all who are with her, who are actually becoming the covenant insiders. And now we have a covenant insider who is making themselves a covenant outsider. You guys tracking? Yep. So the enemy without becomes the enemy within. So what's interesting about what happens next in the story is that when Joshua confronts Achan, here's what God says to Joshua. Yahweh says, stand up, why have you fallen on your face? Israel sinned and transgressed by covenant that I commanded. They have taken the devoted things. They have stolen, acted treacherously, and put them among their kelim. Just tuck that away. They've put the devoted things that are the sign of destruction among the kelim. In the morning, this is what God says to Joshua, come forward tribe by tribe. And the tribe that Yahweh captures will be brought forward by clans. We're describing here a casting of lots ceremony. But what's interesting is the vocabulary chosen to talk about this selection by lot is not the phrase used in Jonah, let us make lots fall down. It's to capture. to capture by means of the lot, lachad. It's said 3 times over. The capture of the clans, the capture of a family, then the capture of the one. And that one that is captured is to be burned with fire, he and all that belongs to him. So what's really remarkable in the story that follows is when Achan gets surfaced, all of a sudden you notice something. Here in the left column, it's the narration of the defeat of Jericho. And what you're told is that the people charged into Jericho, ahead into the city, and what did they do to it? They captured it, lachad. Joshua said to the 2 men who spied on the land, hey, go to that prostitute's house and bring her out, the woman and all who belong to her, just as you swore. The young men who were spies went out. They brought out Rahav and what's all that belongs to her, her father, her mother, her brothers, all with her. Then they burned the city with fire and all that was in it. They put only the items of silver and gold and copper and iron into the treasury. You guys tracking? That's how you deal with the enemy without. Well, except for that one who's actually not the enemy without. She's the insider on the out who becomes the insider within. You guys tracking? Yeah? Okay. Here in Joshua chapter 7, an insider has made themselves not just an outsider, but an enemy of Yahweh. And what are they to do with that one? They do to Achan exactly what they did to Jericho in exactly the same language. God says, there are devoted things in your midst, O Israel. You'll be unable to stand before your enemies until you get rid. You got to get rid of the devoted things. In the morning that you come forward, capture, capture, capture by lot, the one captured is to be burned with fire. Yeah? That's exactly what happened to the city. Who will be burned with fire? He and all that belong with him. Did you guys get it? Yeah. So in other words, in Joshua 6, the enemy city is captured and burned with fire, but one enemy outsider is to be spared, namely Rachav and all who are with her. In Joshua 7, an Israelite who's made themselves the enemy within by betraying Yahweh is selected and captured and burned with fire, and all who are with him. Achan has become the enemy city, an enemy citadel within Israel itself. So what this story is doing is, it's very easy, and this is an experience many people have. The first time that they read through the story of Joshua is they assume God is pro-Israel and anti-Canaanite. Well, except for the Canaanites who become part of the covenant people, and except for the Israelites who make themselves into God's enemy. And then you're like, well, I guess everything's off now. Really what matters is how one responds to the word and instruction of Yahweh, and how each person responds to the word and instruction of Yahweh determines one's covenant relationship to Yahweh. Joshua 6 and 7. How you guys doing? Okay. We are now in a position to back up and come back to the story of Jonah. And you will begin to notice some things that perhaps you wouldn't have noticed before. Joshua chapter 7, the story of Achan, begins with telling us that Yahweh's anger burned against Israel, vayichar af. And they're defeated by the soldiers of Ai. This is on the left column. And this causes the Israelites' hearts to melt and become like the water. So anger reduces things to water. Interestingly, the storm scene in Jonah begins by telling us that Yahweh sends a great wind against the sea waters so that the waters become angry, za'af. They rage with anger, angry waters, threatening everyone on the ship. Here on the left-hand column, in the green, Achan takes the plunder, and what does he do with it? Do you remember? He says he hid it. And where did he hid it? He hid it among his kelim, among his cargo, his belongings or the baggage in his tent. What is it that Jonah did the moment he gets onto the ship? He goes and he hides himself below deck. And where do you what do you keep below deck on a merchant vessel? The kelim, the cargo. So much so that this is exactly what they're throwing off of the ship. Yep. So eventually, Jonah gets treated like the banned cargo. You guys get it? Yeah, you got to get rid of those banned kelim, including the enemy within. There's a lot casting ceremony to both, and the lot falls on the troubler, the one who has brought trouble, Achan, son of Carmi. So also on the ship, there is a lot casting ceremony, and the lot falls on Jonah, the son of Amittai. Achan son of Carmi, is Achan, son of my vineyard. Jonah, son of Amittai, is Jonah, son of my faithfulness. Not. Chapter 7, Joshua's this is the gimme. This is great, you guys. Joshua's confrontation with Achan. Joshua says, "Tell me, please, haged nali, what have you done? Ma asita." And Achan says, "Well, according to this I have done. Kazot asiti." The sailor, the captain, comes to Jonah and asks, "Tell us, please, hagid nalanu, what is this that you have done? Ma zot asita." Because he knew he was fleeing from Yahweh, because he told them. Higid lahem. Do you get it? Come on, that's good. Now, let the reader understand this. Both of these are themselves being set on narrative analogy to the Garden of Eden story. This is precisely the language God uses when he confronts Adam and Eve when they've taken from the tree, but that would be a whole other presentation. The story ends with a measure for measure consequence. Achan took from the plunder, and so he is treated like plunder that is taken from the enemy city. Jonah brought the dangerous waters on the ship, and so he is cast into those dangerous waters himself. You guys tracking? Okay. So once again, the skill set is exactly the same. When you look at one paragraph and you see they feared, they feared, they fear. This guy says he fears. Nuh-uh. Okay? But that nuh-uh is not explicit in the text. It's a space that is created, to use Andy's imagery, it's a space that's created by two things brought into relationship. And then all of a sudden, you're left to sit with this portrait of a character whose words and actions do not match the words and actions of these others. And all of a sudden, what was a 2D story that is most often made into children's literature becomes a full multicolor 3D portrait. You guys tracking with me? The same exact technique is happening, except this time, the narrative analogies that are at work are on totally different scrolls within the Tanakh. You have Jonah in the prophets, and then you have Joshua in the former prophets themselves being all mapped back onto Adam and Eve in the Torah. And what are all of these analogies about? These analogies in the Garden of Eden story, but specifically in Joshua and in Jonah, are about, it's a profound meditation. And this is really remarkable if you think about it. This is Israelite literature, but this is highly self-aware literature. We're like way far removed from like nationalist propaganda or something like this. This is the literature of a people group that truly believes that they have been chosen by the God of the universe to be the vehicle of heavenly blessing to all the nations of the earth. That's a fairly tall claim to assert about one's own people group. But yet within these same texts that tell that story and make that claim is this deep degree of self-critical awareness that God's own covenant people are more often than not the primary obstacle to God's purposes in the world. And that surprisingly, it's those who you assume are outside of covenant relationship with Yahweh who are actually the most spiritually attuned to what God is actually up to in the world. And it seems to me that this is a really important insight that the biblical authors want us to think about a lot, because you can find this theme riddled through all of the books of the Hebrew Bible. This set of narrative analogies is just one instantiation of those themes. Were we to meditate on all of the lot-casting texts, this is the basic idea of what's happening in all of them. What else is the Day of Atonement about is that the Eden presence has taken up space in the midst of God's own people, and yet they are the ones who are constantly vandalizing God's space in their midst, the enemy within. And Saul and Jonathan and so on, but time does not permit. Now this is a fairly sophisticated set of operations you have to know these texts really well. That's why this is literature for a lifetime. But for those of you who are no matter where you're at in your journey of learning how to read and meditate on biblical texts, I want to encourage you that a 20-year-old who had been following Jesus a year finds themselves sitting in Ray's class for the first time. I don't know anything about this stuff. And yet, within a semester, I had tools that I could put to work to begin to have my own profound discoveries of what's happening in these texts so that I am having, as a 20-year-old man, young man who's surrounded by a whole college of people who are all studying Scripture together, who are all learning to follow Jesus together, who were all, at that time, going to chapel multiple times a week and worshiping Jesus together. And in that environment, it was precisely these tools that became a vehicle for Scripture to speak the voice of God into my life. And that is really what this is all about, because God have mercy on us if we ourselves become the enemy within. And he does have mercy on us, doesn't he? And by that mercy, we believe that God's blessing will go out to the nations despite our successes or our failures. Thank you very much.
Tim Mackey, thank you. We have a couple of questions for him as they start flooding in. The first question, is there any New Testament hyperlink from Achan and Jonah that we can identify, perhaps the insider turned outsider idea, or opposite?
Yes.
Say more.
I mean, where to go first? I think one significant ones from the Gospel of Matthew, recall that in the opening genealogy in Matthew highlights a handful of women in that genealogy. One of them is Rachav from this story, a Canaanite woman. And what's interesting about that is later on in Matthew chapter 15, he's going to narrate a whole encounter that Jesus has with a woman that he calls the Canaanite woman. In Mark, she's called the Syrophoenician woman, but Matthew uniquely calls her the Canaanite woman. And it's precisely that encounter that he has with a non-Israelite, and he is, depending on how you read that story, either compelled or he compels her to press in more. But he ends up giving the blessing of the family of Abraham that brings healing power to a Canaanite woman, precisely because of that interaction. And that connects to a whole theme that's littered throughout Matthew that actually began with the Roman centurion, when he says, I haven't found anyone within Israel with faith like this Roman centurion, and then later the Canaanite woman. So it's a good example of how the apostles, however you explain how the techniques and skills for how to read and meditate on this literature, how it got passed down from the first temple period through the exile into Second Temple Judaism. The apostles were so in tune with how to read and understand what was happening in these texts, and that's a really good example.
Great. So related to that, two questions that work together. How do we responsibly meditate and interpret these hyperlinks within the Bible without imposing our own presuppositions? And then how can we practice these kinds of skills if we don't read Hebrew?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So what are the controls in place? One of the, and Andy touched on this this morning. Part of how this literature works. This is challenging, I think, for those of us who have been shaped in certain corners of Protestantism, where there is a high value placed on accuracy of doctrine. And that's a really, really important value. If we are relating to the God of the universe, I at least want to make sure I am growing in right understanding of the person to whom I'm relating. Yeah, so that's a good thing. And doctrine really matters. But at the same time, the literature, biblical literature itself, that guides us and renders a portrait of that God is a kind of literature that is highly imaginative. And that as you read through biblical texts, I mean, Carmen's presentation is such a great example. How many of you read the Bible and are regularly confused? Right? And so I think because our theological shaping rightly wants to point us towards accuracy and right thinking about God, it can make reading biblical literature really frustrating because it's constantly forcing us to ask questions and have no clue what's going on. And so we experience it as a glitch in the Bible, like the Bible's not working right, when it's precisely the opposite. It's a feature It's an intentional feature of these stories to make us confused and to make you puzzled and to make you hold multiple possibilities of interpretation open and then keep reading. And it's precisely as you reread and reread through the collection that clarification of earlier puzzles, you find your answers later on. And sometimes it's not after a decade, because you yourself are becoming a ninja master of the collection. And like that's how this literature works. So in terms of how do we know that we're not imposing our own ideas onto the text, my experience has, one, been learning to internalize the skills related to literary design that I haven't even talked about, and so I'll just say that. But the other thing is every one of these narrative analogies begins in my mind as a possibility. And over time, I just started to create a little like bullet list when I have one of these. That's what happened with this paper. I'd noticed this thing about the casting of the lots. And over the years, I just started to notice like, oh, there's 5 of these stories. And oh, they're all riddled with the same vocabulary. And then it grows in probability in my mind enough that I'm confident to now get up in front of a group of people and say that I think this is right. So that's been my experience. And I don't know any other way to learn except to learn, which means that you're not sure, but you keep learning and you become more sure and sometimes less sure of other things, and that is just the process of growth. I didn't even answer the second part, but maybe that's okay.
You're welcome to. Go right ahead.
I don't remember what it was.
What if we don't read Hebrew?
Oh, what if you don't read Hebrew?
Practice these skills if
Yeah.
we don't read Hebrew.
Yeah, so I didn't know Hebrew when I said, so reading multiple translations, learning how to use a concordance, and especially digital concordances where you can at least find a tool where you can see what are Greek or Hebrew words, even transliterated underneath the English words. And even if reading a more literal translation, like the New American Standard, for example, where it more consistently uses the same English word for the same Greek or Hebrew words, it usually makes for bad English, like really terrible English, but a great study Bible. So, don't use it to read it to anybody out loud, but use it to study with because it's a really great way to encounter the text. And that's how I started. And then it was after years of just doing that in English where I just wanted more, lit the fire, that I was motivated enough to learn the original languages myself.
And if you have 2 minutes with Becky Josberger, she'll make sure to convince you as well to take Hebrew here with her at Multnomah and says she can teach anyone Hebrew. So, but with the encouragement from Tim, would you thank him for coming today and being our teacher? At this time, we are going to move into a couple of special just events here as we close out the session today. And right now what we're going to do is do a Q&A, but with our panelists. We're going to bring up a couple of presenters that you met in the breakout sessions, and I know it's really unfortunate that we all don't actually get to go to each of the breakouts, right, to each presenter and hear them. So we're going to bring a couple more of them here, and we're going to also invite Ray himself up, and he and I are going to share in a Q&A with those panelists. We have some predetermined questions for them, so you can just take a seat and just relax here for a few minutes and watch as this unfolds. This should be a lot of fun. So I'm going to invite to the platform, if you would welcome them with me, Dr. Jake Stromberg, Dr. Tamara Knudson, Travis Bott, and Ray Lubeck. So if they would all come on up and take a seat. You can sit anywhere. The way I understand this is going to work is that I'm going to throw the question out there, and essentially any of the three of you can answer it and tag team in it. And Ray would like to have the opportunity to respond to their answers. Yes, Ray?
Sure.
All right. Okay, so our first question, we'll softball them right out of the gate here. Our first question is, what's one thing you wished you would have known as an undergraduate?
So I actually have been thinking about this a lot today. Just looking around and thinking, the word that keeps coming to my mind is legacy. Specifically Ray's legacy, thinking about this time in my life when I was had the privilege of sitting at Ray's feet and the feet of so many other people who deeply loved Jesus and also loved his word and loved learning and continuing in the learning journey, how formative that was for me. And I think that the legacy of that is here today with all of us here. That those undergraduate years are formative years, both in the people we have the opportunities to know and to study under, and also the people we have the opportunities to get to know, to begin to build our own community who, I know for myself, they're still the people who stand around me in hard times, who have really come to define a lot of who I've become. So I think that those undergraduate years, there's so much potential for them to be formative, for there to be legacies left, just like the legacy that Ray has left with all of us. And so it's a really such a powerful time, I think.
I thought you said levity.
I'm not sure what that would mean.
Jake or Travis?
The first thing that comes to my mind is I wish I knew how much suffering was ahead in grad school. But then I think, but if I knew, I probably wouldn't have undertaken grad school. And certainly if my wife knew, she wouldn't have married me. So maybe in the end it's better that I didn't know, as in so many things in life, and that we just trusted God.
All right, I'm going to ask this one directly to Jake to get us started. If you could have a Bible study superpower, what would it be?
I think it would be understanding the Bible, what it says, and understanding how the Bible says it.
Fine. Anybody else?
I like Quicksilver, and he can run so fast that everything stands still. And so I kind of fantasized that if you could do that with the history of interpretation, but I guess that would involve a couple of other powers, including time travel and telepathy. You could just run through the history of interpretation and see all the different ways that the Bible has been understood.
This is what we're here for, right? Yes. Excellent. All right, so for any of you, what is one thing that Ray taught you that's been important in your own work?
I mean, I think maybe this is so obvious, but I'm gonna say it anyways. Just a love for this text. Again, I think that's why we're all here. And Ray, I really think sitting in your classes and not just what we learned from you, but how we learned from you, and what you modeled in terms of knowledge of the text, having it at your fingertips, but truly deeply loving it and wanting to be changed by it and rediscover it. I think that is something that, as Tim referenced, it's lit a fire in so many of us. And again, I think that's why we're here today, because of that, not just because of your knowledge, your incredible knowledge of the text, but because of your passion for it, and that you that passion was ignited in all of us here to want to know and love more God's word, and I think that's really powerful.
I think I would just add to that Ray's love of the Bible, because it is an interesting text and it is profound.
I have two. If they're quick ones, maybe I can get these in. Two
Absolutely.
things I learned from Ray. One is the Bible is a narrative world. It is the narrative world. And we enter it through faith and imagination. And the second, I remember him saying that if you really want to know Jesus Christ and the New Testament, you have to understand the Old Testament. And I feel like that's my motivation. I want to know the Lord Jesus Christ, and that's why I've been on this long journey to understand the Old Testament.
Do any of you have? Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to comment on that as well. In my own schooling, I was an undergrad here at Multnomah and then went on for training in a number of other places. But early on, I observed that people who had majored in the New Testament seemed to really know their New Testament, but not their Old Testament, which is almost 3/4 of the Bible. And people who had majored in Old Testament, they knew the Old Testament, but they also knew the New Testament in a different way. And I'm certainly not going to sit up here and say Old Testament is better. But I will say that the New Testament is a lot like the Old Testament. And if all we're doing is reading the New Testament, then all we're doing is reading punchlines without knowing the joke. And that's what I find so fascinating about Old Testament studies and the interface. Yeah.
Do any of you have any particular Ray moments or quotes that you would like to share? So recently, some of Ray's students got together, and I don't know if no, he doesn't. Some of his students got together, and they had a shirt made for him. And on this T-shirt, it just says one thing, and it's a question because he is often asked questions of students who are thinking ahead and thinking about the implications of some of the things that he's saying, and cannot wait to have that question answered. And so they'll raise their hands and ask their question, and Ray will respond with this one thing. And so his students had it printed on a T-shirt. And so now I've seen him in class. When the question is asked and he wants to answer it, he simply unbuttons his shirt and reveals the T-shirt to them that says what?
We'll get to it.
We'll get to that.
I thought you had a samech on your shirt underneath there.
So we'll get to that. All right. What is?
Could I give a quote? Okay, it's maybe not often repeated, but a quote that something Ray said that's been very significant in my life. Ray used to meet regularly with my wife, who is also a lab instructor, and he said to her one time, "Would you consider marrying somebody who was not going into tribal missions?" And she said, "No, I'm going into tribal missions." And he said, "Well, that's a nice plan, but God might have other plans." So that's been something that we repeat in our family. God might have other plans. So that quote changed my life.
So for any of you,
Just
go
a
ahead.
sec,
This is what we want.
this is not, yes, this is one of my favorite expressions. I'll give to you the interpretation of the phrase that Becky threw out this morning. There's just 3 things I want to say to you. Many years ago, in fact, it was on our way back from performing Carmen and Daniel's wedding service in Denver. We were road tripping our way back and had stopped at a hotel, and our family didn't have a lot of means And so at home, we had an 11-inch black and white television with rabbit ears that actually didn't tempt our kids to have screen time. But when we went on road trips, we got to stay in a hotel sometimes, and they were fascinated by the vast number of channels that actually existed. And so my son, who was probably around 13 or so, he was just channel surfing. Again, this was a new skill for him. He was channel surfing, and he landed on one station, and it was only, we only watched about 15, 20 seconds of this station, but it was one of the the Christian broadcasting stations, you know, big hair and all of that. And there was this Southern preacher boy, and he was waxing loudly. And all we heard was, and I told him, there's just 3 things I have to say to you. Number 1, you're wrong. Number 2, you're stupid. And number 3, you need to get right with God. So it became a family joke, you know. There's just 3 things I have to say to you. And so when Becky and I have conversations, every once in a while I'll pull that one out.
For our panelists, from your vantage point, how has the landscape of biblical studies changed since your time at Multnomah?
I think my earliest awareness of biblical scholarship was much more historical critical. And I think there's been a massive change in biblical studies toward the ideological and toward identity politics. And now historical critics are considered out-of-touch conservatives.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, it's been slightly less than a decade since I graduated, so I'm not sure that there's been any huge changes, but I do think that even the papers today have attested to the just growing and continuing conversation around intertextuality and illusions, and I think that's a really exciting field that is continuing to expand.
And Jake, I really would like to hear from you on this one.
I think I would just agree with what Travis said. And I don't think that that's a phenomenon that's limited to the academy. But I think that it's pervasive in our culture.
Ray, how about you? How have you, in your time as a professor here at Multnomah, how have you seen the landscape change in significant ways?
If only I had that T-shirt on, I would say, we'll get to that later. That will be some of my closing comments.
Excellent. Do you see how I did that for him? Did you notice that? All right. For our panelists, then, what is something that you're most intrigued or excited about studying further in your future work? Any new projects in the making?
Well, I don't know about that, but I think I'm excited. Actually, was very excited by Andy's talk this morning and that reminder of Genesis 1-3 and the importance of that at the outset and for everything that comes after. And I think that is something that I am really excited to look at more specifically with the implications of the curse and how those play out. For anyone who was at my paper, you might already know what I'm going to say, but just for our understanding of women's roles in the Old Testament and in Scripture as a whole, but also as that pertains to us today, and as the church reading Scripture as women and as a whole, as the community of Christ, what implications, what opportunities to respond, what we might learn there, especially. I'm interested in the Old Testament, particularly with that, and I think there's room to explore that more.
I once met a woman who worked for a major denomination doing catechesis, and I asked her, tell me about the Old Testament. Does it play an important role in your work? And she said, oh, it's so important. I take a lot of long plane trips, and it's really hard to sleep. And if I read a genealogy, I'm out just like that. So I'm interested in genealogies.
It's hard to top that. But I would just say I'm interested in what the Bible says and how it says it. That's what I want to understand.
I know someone might have that superpower. All right. So, Ray, do you want to comment on that at all? All right. A really important question. How have you faced the problem of maintaining intimacy with Christ in studying the Bible so rigorously in academic circles? Or what's the intersection for you in that way? We often hear students talk about that coming to Bible school. There's a difficulty in studying the Bible and then wanting to actually be in the Word and prayer and Bible reading on their own as well.
I mean, I think in my own experience, there's a way that life itself, life outside of studies, has the potential to hopefully keep us coming back to Christ, and keep reminding us that we need Him. That's why we started out on this journey in the first place. So I think, outside of your studies and the academic realm, just continuing to walk with Christ through your day-to-day life experiences, whether those be triumphant or be, walking through valleys. And I think sometimes those even might be the moments when the two intersect really beautifully, when you are studying a scripture passage and it comes alive and it speaks in a way that just is what you need to hear in a difficult time. But I think also, thinking about Tim's talk, there are ways that when you delve deeper and deeper, the excitement doesn't wane, it grows. And that excitement ultimately points towards the God that we serve and who loves us and who's given us this text in the first place to know Him more. And so I think hopefully that is the end goal that we're all doing it for.
I think it was Dietrich Bonhoeffer who said that the serpent was the first theologian because he spoke first about God rather than to God. And there's a terrifying possibility of that happening in biblical studies. And so for me personally, the way that I've been able to continue cultivating a relationship with God and prayer life is the Book of Common Prayer.
So part of the question was the rigors of academic study. Am I getting that right?
Yes, sometimes at odds with intimacy.
Okay, yeah. The Bible is a rigorous document, and it was written by the scholars of the ancient world. And my experience of the modern academy as a Christian has been that it has helped me to enter into that world and into understanding. And I do think that orientation to the modern academy was gifted to me by Ray in probably one of the first lectures that he gave, in which I think the analogy was the plundering of the Philistines. So I think that the rigorous study of these texts has enriched my faith and my understanding. And the Academy has been a place for me to do that.
This has been a very acute problem, not just in our own generation, but for many of those who have preceded us. Gotthold Lessing described it as der garstige, breite Graben, the nasty, ugly ditch between the academic study of the Bible and the church's study of the Bible, the confessional believing study of the Bible. And unfortunately, that ditch not only separates various schools, various denominations, but sometimes that ditch seems to flow right inside of us. And so I think it's an occupational hazard. But I don't think that it's one that's unbridgeable by any means. And to the rest, we'll get to that later.
Last question. Do any of you have any advice or consideration for others who are serious about deepening their own faith? So a little bit of a dovetail there. I have a feeling you're going to tell us to read the Bible.
Or the Book of Common Prayer.
Which is mostly made up of the Bible.
I think maybe, yes, reading the Bible, and along with that, and even in that, always being ready and willing to learn, being humble, I guess. I think that maybe, Ray, that's another touch point on your legacy, is that in the way that you taught us, there was always a humility. I was thinking about going back to the question of, memories or quotes from Ray. When I was sort of mulling over that question, there were so many memories that came back, but actually what stood out was how present and grounded, Ray, you always seem to be in an interaction, even though, as this room testifies to, you are an important and renowned person, that in any interaction with any of us that we've had, that there is a presentness, a care, a kindness, a humility that you demonstrate. And I think that maybe there's something in that that's key for all of us in the way that we pursue Jesus. And maybe even that's what we see in Jesus himself so beautifully portrayed. And so maybe it's in seeking out not all the answers or even any form of prestige, but what it means to walk humbly with our God. Maybe that's at the heart of our faith and what we need to do.
So deepening advice on how these folks can deepen their faith. There's a part of me where faith doesn't come naturally, and it doesn't come easily. It comes as a struggle, and that requires commitment. And I don't want to hold myself up as an example for anybody here, but I think God will deepen your faith if you remain committed over time to the thick and the thin. And I think that's a partnership between us and the Lord.
As we sat in those mini classes together that I shared with you, you were learning certain skills for reading the Bible. God was powerfully operative in your lives at that time, but you were not just being prepared for writing papers. You are, from what we've seen today, very, very good at writing and communicating ideas from God's Word. But the real test was never exams or papers. The truest interpretation of the Bible is how it's lived. And I know each of you in your own way, since your time here at Multnomah, it has not always been easy. In fact, some of you have faced some very, very difficult situations. And the fact that you are still here and you are God lovers and people servers means that your interpretation has been correctly rendered, not by academic products as much as by godly lives.
Excellent. Well, would you join me in thanking our panelists here, Travis Bott, Tamara Knudson, Jake Stromberg, and Ray Lubeck. Thank you all very much. You're welcome to. Well, at this time, we're going to move into the party portion of the afternoon, so I figured it was appropriate to wear my party shoes for you, Ray. The light-up party shoes. I wish I had a pair for everyone, but...
Stand on your head and show them off.
But at this time, we're going to invite Dr. Alan Jones, professor of Bible at Corban University, to come, and he's going to just make a special presentation of dedication for Ray. And then to close out our time together, we are going to have not a Q&A, but a Q&Ray, where our presenters will be able to ask some questions of our beloved teacher and friend, Ray Lubeck. So, Dr. Alan Jones.
Okay, thank you. And do I get a full 2 minutes and 40 seconds? That's what my 20 minutes has turned into? Fantastic. Yeah, this is not another presentation. This is an opportunity to say a thank you. It's a thank you to Ray and to a number of people. And as the presenters you've heard today, as we got together last November, had a chance to connect, we just thought about what are different things we could do, we could say. Somebody said, you should get up and eat some cottage cheese and mandarins. And I thought, that sounds disgusting. I don't want to. Somebody said, you should get up a Calvin and Hobbes transparency. But we're fresh out of overhead projectors. So we were going to get there, but Ray's already taken. We're going to get there. So I get my uniform on. See, for me, it was the sweaters. I was in Ray's sweater phase when I got to be here. And you see, what I do when I'm teaching down at my classes, I tell my students, and none of them get this, maybe half of you will, I say, we're just going to do Ghost today. We're going to do Ghost all semester long, and I'm going to be the Whoopi Goldberg to your Demi Moore, and I'm just going to bring Ray's Patrick Swayze as much as possible. And all y'all who are laughing right now, thank you for finally validating that joke. For the last 10 years, I just get a sea of college students. Thank you, Riley, who's sitting over there, who sat through that joke and said, I have no idea what he's talking about right now. So, but I think, there's Ray, that's what it is that I've tried to capture and that the people that you've heard today tried to capture. And so what I get to do right now is just do the thank you part of this. When we sat down a year plus ago and said, how are we going to know whether we got what we wanted? It was Renji Abraham, who's somewhere around here, who had the wisdom to say, hey, how are we going to know? What are we shooting for? What's our goal? And as we kind of sessioned that out, we said, there's 3 things we want to see happen when this day comes. Number 1, we just want to see an opportunity for the community of God, for the people of God, to get together and to have fellowship. to spend time together and be encouraged with each other. That was number one. Number two is we just want to love the Bible again. Another opportunity to do that. It's the thing that Ray taught us to do. And then the third thing was we just want to count the number of smiles and maybe even the number of tears that go down Ray's face. And if we can count those up, then we could say today we did what we wanted. We accomplished what we wanted. So to make that happen, though, we need to thank a number of people. There are two people that we all owe our thanks to. And I see Sunshine right there. Sunshine Eddie right there. And I see Will's head over the top there. Will right there. There are two people who have labored tirelessly for the last year plus to go ahead and bring all the details together, all the people together, all the venue, everything like that. If today happened, it's because two people have put their time into today. So we owe them our thank you. We also owe Multnomah, the community of Multnomah, the administration of Multnomah, and the conjoined work with Bibleproject, both organizations coming together and stumping up a lot of resources and a lot of time and saying, we're going to pour ourselves into this to make sure that this can happen for a bunch of people to go ahead and be blessed to buy this. And the person at Bibleproject has really been Renji, who's put a ton of time in on the other side. So to thank Bibleproject and Multnomah and Renji, and to say this specifically, what you were supposed to experience today was a number of people that were able to be present because we still live in the northwest of Portland area, and you were going to get a bunch of people zooming in from all over the world. When Bibleproject heard that, they said, you know what, we'd actually like to go ahead and throw in some more funds to make sure that we can go ahead and get those people to be here in person. And then when some of the people who were farther away, who were offered that, they said, you know what, I don't need it. Go ahead and throw my funds back into the pot so that we can go ahead and fund even more of the people who are flying from Europe and those sorts of places. So really to thank Bibleproject and Renji for the work that they've put in. If you would please thank them. And the last thank you we want to do before getting to Ray is really to reaffirm what Dr. Josberger said this morning. This is not Ray's announcement that he is done. Ray, this is also not Multnomah's golden watch to you that says it's time to go out the door. This day, in a real way, is just one. It's one aspect of what Ray does. You might think, if you are new to this community, to this experience, you might think that what Ray does is just biblical scholarship all day long. That's what he does, and what he does is he pumps out people that will go on and go to grad school and do biblical scholarship. And that is one thing that Ray does. But what's not represented here today is all of the other people that Ray lifts up and supports and empowers and sends forward to other kinds of ministries that may not be academic scholarship on the Bible. Today is just an accident. The reason we're having this is an accident of a number of us getting together over the years, staying in touch because Ray has connected all of us, and finally saying, hey, I got a little extra time. Do you have some extra time? Do you think you could pull together a paper? Okay, we've got enough people. Let's do this. Let's just go ahead and throw together a conference and see what would happen. It was actually Carmen, who I need to thank. I said, let's just do a book. Let's just put together some papers. We'll all dedicate them to Ray. And then he'll have no idea. One day we'll show up, we'll knock on his door and say, hey, Ray, you didn't know, but we just published this book for you. Thanks, we'll see you later. And then Carmen said, that's a terrible idea. Carmen said what he would actually like is to see all of you. He would like to get people together. Why don't we go ahead and try and do a conference? So that's why this conference happened today. It is a small slice of the people that Ray has touched, that we have a particular skill set that we love. We absolutely love this kind of study of the Bible, and we're able to come together. So that's why this is happening today. But hopefully this is just one stop in many more years of fruitful ministry coming from Ray. So that's why this came together. There will hopefully hopefully within the next year or two, be a collection of all of the papers that you've heard today. And we'll go ahead and put that out. And what we'd like to do is any sales that come for that is just going to go ahead and be funneled on to Ray and Tamara to say, it's one more way of saying thank you. So be on the look out for that in the next couple of years. But until then, just keep buying copies of Ray's book and the t-shirts. So those are thank yous. To do the thank yous that I am here for right now, I'm actually not going to start with Ray. We'd like to start with Tamara. Yeah, who was going to squirm even more so. Yeah. I came to Multnomah back in 2000, and all of us we were hungry, we were ambitious, we were arrogant, probably still are. But we always kept hearing about this person. Ray, I have my provocateur. There is one person in my life who asks the best questions, who has the best insights, who keeps me on my toes more than any other person, and that is my wife. That is my partner, the person that has stood by Ray for all of these decades of ministry. And he consistently and continually says, this is the person who brings me to the table every single day. And what I hear now is at this phase, now Tamara just attends all of his classes. I was in a phase where I didn't get to hear that, but I got to come back and sit in a class, and there's Tamara like, but Ray, what about this? And what you did was confirm that he was right. You outpace all of us. So to you, Tamara, thank you for how you have been with Ray and supported Ray. And the last person to thank is Ray. And I think one of the things that excited us most as we were planning this conference and having it come together, and just seeing, we said, let's do a conference and see if anybody will come, and we'll just reserve a small room and we'll have a nice day together. And then a few more people registered, and we'll do a slightly bigger room and a bigger room. And eventually, what we had to say was, we don't have any more room. We just have to stop enrollment, but we'll turn this online. As we were thinking about Ray, we thought all of you would be people who have been in his classes. And it was at the last moment when somebody ran a tally and said, wait a minute, half of the people here don't know Ray. They're not here for Ray. They're here because they love the Bible, and the thing that Ray has been about his whole life, the Bible, is the thing that's attracting people. So for some of you, what I'd like to do is just remember what Ray has meant to us. And to some of you others in the room, I'd like to introduce just a few things that for me have been impactful for me, things that I've noticed about Ray. And the thing I think a number of people have already talked about is, number one, is the humility that Ray has demonstrated his entire life. And the very first thing, my first interaction with this, as a person who came late to Multnomah, transferred around a couple schools, I came in, all my friends were already here, they'd already had classes, it's Ray, it's Ray, it's Ray. It's like, what are you talking about, Ray? Like, where's this doctor something? Like, this is a university, this is a place where where's your respect? Like, no, he doesn't like that, he's Ray. And I was like, yeah, no, he doesn't. Okay, so I remember the first time I saw you was walking past the prayer chapel, and I saw the hair, and I knew who I was looking for. And so I was like, Dr. Lubeck, I have a quick question. I'm new to the school here. I'm going to be taking your class here. We're starting up. Could you? And I couldn't even get the sentence out before he says, no, it's Ray. And he wouldn't let me carry on the conversation until I would acknowledge him as Ray. So this actually hasn't, for those of you who are new, this hasn't been a sign of disrespect all day long, as what people have been referring to Ray. But it was when I got to class and he said, look, to you all, this is your first time in class with me maybe, I'm going to be Ray to you, and here's why. If when God met Moses on the mountain, God didn't stand on formality and say, I would like you to address me as Mr. God, or Dr. Reverend Mr. God, here's my name. Ray said, if God isn't going to go ahead and stand on his dignity and his place, then who am I to force all of you to step down below me? So I'll be Ray to you. And it was in that first interaction with Ray that something set deep, and I realized there's something that this man has drunk in and is now going to live out. And what he's done for the last number of decades is just faithfully and continually serve. And what he's done is he's served, particularly this slice of people, the thing that we do, he saw in us. And Ray puts people on to Wheaton, to Oxford, Notre Dame, to Wisconsin, to St. Andrews, to McMaster's. Ray is able to look at people and to lift them up. Most of us didn't have the skill set to do this because Ray saw and poured in, built into us. After that, people are now coming into the room because you've been touched by Bibleproject, because you know that Duke University produces top-notch scholarship, that Institute of Biblical Research does top-notch biblical research, that Harvard is known for doing good work, that the Northwest is still producing top-notch biblical scholars that go and make a difference in the world. But what you may not have known is that this traces back to Ray for so many of us. It's humility. He's never needed to be known. What he's needed to do is do the job that God's given him, and has been happy to lift that up. So that's one of the things we wanted to go ahead and recognize about Ray. We wanted to recognize the way in which he cares about his students. His classes are always well attended, but what he does is he goes beyond that. For most of us who are now teaching, he gave us our first shot. He looked out and he said, I see something in you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and give you students, and I'm going to coach you through this. So my very first time standing in front of a classroom was because Ray said, I have a class that I'm not going to hoard to myself. I'm going to do Bible study methods. I'm going to divide this up. I'm going to give all of you that I see, I'm going to give you 10, 12 students. I'm going to let you start investing in them, and I'm going to mentor you. I'm going to watch you, and I'm going to help you to make you ready to do that so that soon we'll launch you on. And the first time I got a job was not the first time I'd ever taught. Because again, Ray saw his job was to lift other people up. And last, Ray taught us to love the Bible. When I came to Multnomah, I loved God and I liked to use the Bible. I had things I needed to get done, and I'd go ahead and grab what I needed out of it to do the things that I wanted. And Ray said, that's not wrong, that's not bad, but I'm going to teach you another way. I'm going to go ahead and teach you to see what the Bible wants to talk about. And that was transformative for me. That is the thing that set me, my PhD, 12 years later, from being here, was finishing my last Bible study methods project because I started it quite literally here. I said, what about this in Ruth? Doesn't make any sense. Ray's talking about how to read this stuff. Let's just try it. And it took me about 10, 12, 15 years to finally do that. But it was back to Ray. And as I'm sitting with my students, I'm quite literally Ray, trying to be the Whoopi Goldberg to their Demi Moore because Patrick Swayze is trying to reach out to them. So, if you've been here today and you have had a chance to fellowship and you've been encouraged, we'd like you to thank Ray. If you've been here today and you've thought the Bible amazing again, we want you to thank Ray. And Ray, what we hope is that you've smiled, maybe you've cried, but that there's never an opportunity that you would ever think, have I made a difference? Has what I've done mattered? What we want you to know is how much a difference you've made in all of our lives. So please thank Ray.
I'm looking at my screensaver right here, and it's Calvin and Hobbes. Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. No, that's another class. All right, give me just a moment. Go ahead and talk with each other. I'm going to beat on this thing a little bit. By the way, Caden is another one who's been doing just a whole ton of behind-the-scenes stuff. So thank you, Caden. Well, thank you all. I've been very, very honored. More than I can possibly say. Just thank you to all of you. I was told I have a little bit of time here to just respond, and I've had many, many, many thoughts about how I should respond. And what I'd really like to do is not even talk at all, but to ask questions of the presenters, because there were so many good things, and I wasn't using my code to ask all the questions, but I have an advantage over all the rest of you in that I was able to read almost all of their papers in advance of this. So I have some questions that I'd just like you to know. Here's some things that I thought of. All right. Don't worry, you're not in trouble, and I'm not going to make you answer them. But if we had time for just sitting and conversing some, here's a few. And I don't have questions for all of them, but here's just a few of them that occurred to me. Most of them are questions that are kind of tangential. As I'm reading, my mind is just jumping all over the place. It's, pinballing around with all my thoughts here. So the questions aren't meant to be either challenging. Sometimes I'd like to know. So let me just sample them for you. Question for Andy. Your analysis of Genesis 1 points out that symmetry, including parallels or binaries, is at the essence of creational reality. So it's not just a textual phenomenon, but it's part of creation itself. I can see that this is not Platonic dualism, but you also mention that this worldview perspective is borne out in Hebrew poetry, particularly parallelism. I would love to hear you elaborate on that point. How might parallelism be a worldview construct for viewing everything? Okay. Question for Julia. There you are. Your paper topic concerning the firstborn in Genesis, Exodus, Numbers, and to a lesser degree, Deuteronomy and 1 Chronicles. My question for you is how each of these might relate to Exodus 4:22. I'll quote it here. Then you, Moses, shall say to Moses, thus says Yahweh, Israel is my firstborn. I say to you, let my son go, that he may serve me. If you refuse to let him go, I'll kill your firstborn. Do you see anything here suggesting that Israel might also belong to the category of a failed firstborn and a rebel, a la Reuben, Simeon, Levi? Renji, where are you? There you are. Okay, thank you. I was curious, do you see any correlation between the building attempts of Babel or Babylon with Solomon's building project? Especially the fact that it took him twice as long to build his own palace as the temple. What about Nehemiah's building project? Which is actually a question for Alan as well. Question for Josh. There you are, okay. In your paper, you note 7 facets to the Israelites' grumbling in the parallel passages of Exodus and Numbers. And the net result is a retrogression of Israel's faith from before Sinai to after Sinai. Luke's gospel also employs a journey motif with grumbling on the part of the Jews much more pronounced than in the other Gospels. Do you think that Luke is doing the same thing, perhaps suggesting an increasing opposition to Jesus? If so, do you think it's possible that this is a possible echo on the part of Luke's intentional narrative strategy? Question for Tamara. There's you. Okay. Your paper outlines how the book of Judges depicts a tragic deterioration in the treatment of women, with Jephthah's foolish vow playing an important pivotal role in the book. This correlates with the overall spiritual decline of Israel itself. It's almost like a thermometer for where Israel as a whole is within the book of Judges. Women are portrayed as victims of increasingly horrendous acts. Your thesis, in my judgment, is as accurate as it is heart-wrenching. Yet in the latter prophets, and here I'm thinking of Isaiah 1, 54, Ezekiel 16, Hosea 1 through 3, Israel is characterized as the unfaithful wife to Yahweh. Do you have any ideas how to reconcile these? On the one hand, women as victims of evil versus the portrayal in the prophetic motif of the wayward wife. How or why does the image change? Question for Travis. Your paper addresses anthropology. I got the earlier version, so I hope this stood up in your later version of the paper. Your paper addresses anthropology in the book of Psalms. Just a wonderment. Do you see significance in Psalm 1:1 that the man is Ha'ish rather than Ha'adam? Do you think that this choice has any bearing on your thesis with regard to anthropology? Question for Carissa. Whoa, okay, there you are. Psalm 22, as you've presented it, seems to be a pivotal crux point, even a word play there, because it points to the crucifixion, the crucifixion. Psalm 22, as you've presented it, seems to be a pivotal crux point in the theology of the unit of Psalms 15 through 24, underscored by its use in Matthew and Mark. But structurally, Psalm 19 is the centerpiece. Any thoughts on why? Couldn't the chiasm have been structured so that 22 would be at a centerpiece, or maybe 22:16 together, or 22:17? That's right. I'm just curious. Yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts. I could ask questions the whole time. But as you can see, I was stimulated by what my students are doing, which is the same in every class hour. What my students are actually doing and thinking matters in part of the whole educational process. In my very first year here at Multnomah, actually they didn't trust me with any upper division classes. They just gave me freshmen and sophomores. And started teaching Bible study methods. And evidently there was some talk around it on campus or something. And there was a couple of guys who were not students of mine, but who were seniors at the time, who came and sought me out. And they had some questions. And I interacted with them and kept interacting with them as they came more and more frequently. And pretty soon we were having them over for dinner. And they would stay until 1 o'clock. And this happened pretty frequently. But the funny thing about having those conversations was they not only, next time I saw them, they had not only kind of really grasped hold of the ideas that I was sharing with them, but the questions that they were now asking weren't the next step or the step after that. but a tertiary step down the road. And it was like they were fast tracking through everything here. This was Bill Tooman and Michael Lyons, and many of you over in this corner know who they are. Many of you have suffered under their own doctoral mentorship in your program. But as they were leaving one time, it was very, very late, and I was just kind of sitting there catatonic, and my wife said to me, "So, how does it feel to be stepped on?" And I told you she asked good questions. And what she was implying was that it took me years to learn many of these things that I was now handing out for free to people who weren't even my students. And they were better at it than I was. They're much quicker learners, that's for sure. And I told her, I feel like they're vacuuming my brains. It was exhausting. But I realized, no. That's exactly what a teacher's supposed to be all about. I'm just a stepping stool. This conference really isn't about what's up at the top. It's about a process where people move up the step ladder and go beyond. And in many ways, I'm just a spectator. I'm just an observer to what God is doing in people's lives when we open up His Word and try to get on the same wavelength as God is communicating through His text. Some of you, especially in classes more recently, may recognize this work of art. It's actually one of my favorites in art history. It's Raphael's School of Athens. And there's two figures in the center of this fresco, which is in a large chapel. And right smack in the middle, you can see two people. And who are they? Aristotle and Plato. Okay? Which is the older one? Plato. By the way, do you know who Plato's teacher was? Socrates. Then Plato was Socrates' student. Then Aristotle was Plato's student. And the easy way to remember that is think of a Greek spa. S-P-A, okay? So if you go back and look at the picture and just the posture of all the people, it is actually just an elaboration, an interpretation of these two figures. Because one of them is pointing up, and the other one is focusing down. And in this painting, look how many people are looking down. And occasionally there's a person who's looking up. Because, you see, there was a sea change taking place in Western thought from everyone accepting the fact that reality, I shouldn't say fact, everyone operating under the model that reality was in two different spheres, a metaphysical and a physical. And of the two, Plato really emphasized the ideal, the metaphysical. And all the physical world was pointing to the real ideological world. Meanwhile, his student, Aristotle, said, we don't know a thing about this world up here. All we know and have to do with is the world down here. And that is the Enlightenment in a nutshell. Okay? But what I find so refreshing in the students, in the scholars who are presenting papers today, which one were they? Both. And that's, to me, a work of God. To be able to analyze in detail all kinds of structural things that are happening within the text, and yet have a heart and a fervor for God. So, Sherry, you tried to put me on the spot a few times when you were asking questions of the other panelists. I'd actually like to go back and answer some of the questions that you were asking them, at least my own response. From your vantage point, how has the landscape of biblical studies changed since your time at Multnomah? That's a trick question. Because I came here as a student long before I came to teach. And I don't think I want to go all the way back to when I was a student. That's too far back. Since that time, there's been a worldwide flood and the rise and fall of the Roman Empire. The invention of the cotton gin by Albert Einstein or somebody like that. The yo-yo. And probably the apex of all of human achievement, disco. I don't want to go back that far, okay? So I'll just start from when I first started teaching, okay? And yes, even when I started teaching in my mid-30s, I had the white hair. Okay. What has changed? A negative change. At the popular level, there's a decreasing lack of conviction among believers that the Bible truly conveys the best possible pattern for human flourishing. These are people who say that they believe in the Bible, but when it comes right down to it, they're not really convinced that the ideals, the ethics, the values, the priorities that the Bible teaches are practically the best way to live in today's contemporary world. I lament that. We want a relationship with God, but don't take seriously knowing and following the Bible. His very words. And I've kind of grafted out in this way what I feel is a flawed hermeneutical model. And that is many scholars, or many people at the popular level, are enamored with the ancient thinking about the world. The ancient Near East, the Greco-Roman world, the Second Temple Judaism. There's that world back there. And we have our modern, advanced world up here. It's advanced, it's modern, we have a much better understanding. Look at our globe compared to that pictorial map of the world back then. And in between, we have the bridge point, the Bible. And I think that the way many people understand this whole scheme is that the Bible actually, especially the Old Testament, represented an advance over ancient Near Eastern cultures. Okay? Now, that can be argued, but that's not my point. At a popular level, I think that this is a starting point. The Old Testament is better than the pagan world. And then the New Testament shows progress over the Old Testament. And then here we are today. And we're standing at a higher vantage point epistemologically than any of our forebears, and actually in a critical stance over Scripture. Well, bless their hearts, they meant well, but the best they knew about the smallest seed was a mustard seed. Of course, we know way better than that now. And so it's almost as if our rationality can trump what the Bible has to say. We quote here from a more scholarly source. He says, we now, quote, are reading the Bible through the lens of our own contemporary culture, and in particular in a situation where our present-day ethic happens to have advanced, how do you like that phrase, happens to have advanced beyond the static forms of the biblical text to something better than even the Bible. Now, this person is not speaking in critique of somebody else's view. He actually espouses this view. Okay? So I lament that. Today's advanced and better ethics is clearly an improvement over the world of the Bible. A positive change. How else have I seen changes? A positive change. At the academic level, scholars have rediscovered that the power of the Bible does not lie in the information behind the text. Ancient reference, factors regarding when it was written, by whom, to whom, and more emphasis is returning to the theological, life-changing truths that it presents in the text. Now, I don't want to get into ideological criticism and all of that. I simply want to point out that there's more scholars who are craving for seeing a Bible that contains truth. Truth with a capital T. And whether we call that approach theological interpretation or whether it goes by some other name, there's a hunger. Because we've been through a couple centuries of the desert of criticism. Okay. What is something that you are most intrigued or excited about studying further? Sherry, I'm so glad you asked. So, in many ways, this is what all the papers have been about. In my Bible study methods, in the earliest iterations, 4 steps in doing Bible study. If I were to have you all recite with me what those 4 steps are, actually, we would hear different versions. So, Carmen, go ahead. Give the 4. Observation, interpretation, principalization, yes, and application. Okay? And that's the way I taught it for a long time. But when I actually produced the first edition of the book, I decided to change up all the terminology and went with something that seemed less stifled. And it became 4 steps: seeing, understanding, sharing, responding. Now I don't like that anymore. Now I still like 3 of them. But the third one, which I think is the most important and the most often overlooked, I called it sharing, but I always had to really qualify that because it wasn't self-evident what I meant by sharing. I now really prefer the word connecting. I realized as I was making this more recent edition of the book that in the earlier edition I had overlooked something that I do all the time. And I hadn't really given clear guidance on what to look for or how to do it. And that is connecting. Now, what I mean by connecting, this is multifaceted. So, God has communicated truth through His Word. He's reaching out to connect with us through this communicative act, this speech act. Now, we can receive that connection. We can receive that truth, and the connection will be established. Okay? So at the first level, how the truth claims of the Bible connects with my own life practically. If this is the meaning that God intended, how do I plug my life into the worldview, the values, the priorities, the right emotions, the right imagination, all of those things? How do I connect with the truth that is there in the text? Now, this is quite different than your typical Tuesday night Bible study, where you go around the circle and you say, and what does this passage mean to you? And what does it mean to you? As if every one of us is vying over who has the most creative or interestingly told small t truth. But if instead what we're listening for is looking at all the evidence in the text itself for what God is communicating, we're now all subservient to the capital T truth, rather than captive to our own pitiful little small t's. So that's connecting in one facet. But if I'm actually connecting with what the author has given, and so is somebody else, then we connect with each other. And so these people are presenting papers, and they keep referring to each other. And actually, I had a chance to read it, and they're footnoting each other. They're learning from each other, okay? And I, as their former teacher, I was just a guy who stood up in front of the class, I'm learning from them. I learned something from every paper. And I had a lot of questions after all of them. The third one, how the truth claims of any biblical text connect with the broader context of the passage. That is, what's going on in the words and phrases. And much of the work in the papers today have been on this third point. They are connecting things within a context. Okay? At a larger level, how the truth claims of the Bible connect with the entire canon of Scripture, a canonical approach, as well as the macro story or the meta-narrative of the entire Bible. Curing us of our native versitis, where we take things just one verse at a time, seeing the whole and every part in light of that whole. And finally, how do I plug in this truth that God has given? How do I connect it with my entire worldview or world story into an integrated, biblically informed, grand unifying theory of everything? So now I'm going to think about every single topic. This opens up the whole world of interdisciplinary studies and thought. Or maybe another way of saying that is living lives of integrity, where everything is oriented around not me, but around that story. That's what I'm thrilled about working on. And actually, I observed it in every one of the papers. Yep. How have you faced the problem of maintaining your intimacy with Christ when studying the Bible so rigorously in academic circles? I'm going to answer this very briefly. Obviously, I could elaborate. 2 responses. I have sought to hear the text when I'm analyzing it. These are not 2 methods or stages, but a single approach. So the Shema starts off with the word Shema. Imagine that, which means to hear. The text first wants to be heard before it's even studied or analyzed. It needs to be heard. And secondly, I believe that a key component of the spiritual life is the role of imagination. And this is actually one of the most intriguing things that I'm continuing to contemplate. Andy and I had a delightful discussion about neurobiology and brain science and how that relates to the image of God and seeing an entire worldview here. Imagination is an aspect of image of God. Kevin Van Hooser says, imagination is the ability to invent or discover connections. Okay, you've been connecting with each other. We've been looking at connections within the text, in the At the smaller level, we've been looking at connections in the text. At the largest level, imagination is the ability to see those for ourselves as we read the text. Imagination is at the heart of faith. I have my, my book cover there because it's something I really stress in this most recent edition. Imagination is at the heart of faith. It is a matter of seeing not only the entire Bible, but the whole of life itself from a God's eye view. This is a world of awe, of wonder and terror, in beauty and power, and our place within that world. I had a friend when I was in high school who was a musician. We were in a band together, and went over to his place one time, and we were listening to some music. And he said, how is it that electrical wires can turn electricity into sounds that are so distinct? I mean, it's not just a matter of pitch, hertz frequency. It's a matter of timbre. You know, you can have a middle C played on a saxophone or on a xylophone or by a human voice, and it's still middle C, but we can hear a difference, and the electricity is somehow able to convey that. How does electricity know the difference between a tuba and a kazoo? He was filled with wonder. And I went home wondering how it was that I had never wondered about that before. But a number of years later, I was having a conversation with him, and I was quite certain that he had forgotten about the earlier conversation. And I said, have you ever wondered how it is that electricity can convey all these sounds? I was giving him a pop quiz here. And in the meantime, he had become an electrical engineer. And he started talking about amps and watts and ohms and hertz and volts and all those kinds of things. And I didn't hear one bit of wonder. And I thought it was actually really tragic. Even to hear an electrician who had electrocuted his wonder. And that is our occupational hazard. So my hope, my prayer for you is that you would be wonderful or awful. Take your pick. Imagination is not wishful thinking about pretend worlds of fantasies. It is the opposite of that. Redeemed imagination looks at the Bible as the only real world. It describes the Bible as it describes life as it really is. No whitewash, no makeup, no Photoshop pictures. It is a world of beauty, tragically vandalized by miscreants. Of all of creation, it's humanity who has vandalized the whole thing. Our job as kingdom builders is to imagine once again the world that God has made, in which he could pronounce it is very good. Right? That concludes my thought. I don't even know who I'm turning it over to now.
Thank you, Ray. We have time for just 2 or 3 questions, if there are any from our speakers today, our presenters, for Ray himself, before we conclude.
I was kind to you.
Matt and then Tim.
So Ray, I'm the most recent student you have out of those of us who are privileged to present. I'm usually clean shaven. I moved up to Canada and it's cold, so I grew out a beard for a while. I had a mustache for a little bit, and I was hoping to bring it back in honor of you, but the mustache did not survive. I'm not a mustache guy. Anyway.
But please honor Jake, because he came here prepared.
All that to say, my question is, out of all your former students,
Which one did I like the best?
No.
No, go ahead.
Who looks the most different
Who looked?
from their time as an undergrad?
That's a cruel question.
I really like it.
I didn't say who looks the oldest, but who looks the most different.
See, I don't know if this is a function of their aging or my eyesight. Let me see. I was trying to think who I had in my earliest classes who would have had the most chance to change. Who thinks that they had me the earliest? I came in 91 full time. 91? Okay. Okay, all of those guys.
Ray, I don't remember what class it was, but you were the first one that I recall who used the story of Jacob wrestling the divine man in Genesis 32 as a parable for our journey with Scripture. That there are some texts where we find ourselves struggling, wrestling, and at some point, perhaps, we receive a blessing, but we walk away marked from that struggle and encounter.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, what are texts that you find yourself all these decades later still wrestling and waiting for the blessing?
Oh, boy. I have a long, long list of questions that I want to bring up when we take our heavenly Emmaus Road trip together. Right? But I'll just say this really briefly, and that is a couple of books that have been, I think, particularly thorny for me, really to feel comfortable about or confident about. One of them is the Song of Songs. Structurally, it has all kinds of problems. How many characters are we dealing with? What is the theology of it? And I have come to a point of view of which I'm about 37% confident. Okay. And the other one is that temple in Ezekiel from 40 to 48. And maybe I'm just still asking the wrong set of questions for it. So you probably know more about Ezekiel than I do. So I'm going to catch you later and ask you the same question. Okay.
Excellent. One more question. Anybody?
Different angle to Tim's question. What is an unexpected or underrated text that has had an impact on your ministry and your life?
One that I really enjoy talking about is this strange miracle that takes place in Mark, where Jesus heals a man who is blind, but it takes Jesus 2 tries. First time, he puts his hands on the guy's eyes, and he says, "What do you see?" "I see men like trees walking." How does he know what a walking tree would look like? I read the passage, and all I can think of is the Ents and the Lord of the Rings. And then, voila, he does it a second time, and he can see perfectly. But actually, that goofy 2-step miracle story, I think, is a paradigm for the whole book, the whole Gospel of Mark. That it is the hermeneutical key that prior to that healing, none of his disciples was understanding anything he said. They all misunderstood his identity. And right after that, he asked, well, who do you think I am? And Peter, the one always in the front row, waving his hand, saying, pick me, he says, ooh, 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 I know. You're the Messiah, the Son of God. And then right after that, Peter has to be rebuked by Jesus, and Jesus even calls him under the influence of Satan. So he gets it, but not very well. And for the rest of the Gospel of Mark, we encounter characters who see men like trees walking around. They see better than they did before, but they don't see clearly. Which explains the first attempt, but not the second attempt. When did they ever see clearly? When did the real healing of sight take place? I think around Mark 17 and following. Okay? There's only 16 chapters in Mark. It's that we readers are meant to understand what they never got. And that is the point. So, since we have so much better knowledge than those dumb characters back there, Mark, who's had his arm around us as the narrator, looks us right in the eyes and says, basically, and what are you going to do about it? If you've got the news that they didn't understand, and they were so fearful, what are you going to do now that you have the responsibility of bringing the news of the resurrection to a world that needs to hear it? So anyway,
Well, if you haven't already got yourself a copy, I hope Ray's talk will pique your interest in getting a copy of the second edition of his book, Reading the Bible for a Change. It is available in the JCA just down the hall by Rogers Coffee Shop. And Dr. Derek Chin, the Dean of the Seminary here at Multnomah, is going to come and pray us out and dismiss us for the day. Would you please thank Ray Lubeck one more time?
On behalf of Multnomah family, I want to thank you for being here. I'm going to return thanks to God. We're going to frame it in its proper perspective. Would you please stand together? Lord God, we give thanks. We give thanks that we can be gathered together today to celebrate Ray, what he's done for many of us, how you've wired him, but more importantly, for us to be able to worship you with coming together and hearing about your word through scholars that you've gifted, through people who love you deeply and have shared their love for you through how you've wired them through scholarship. And we get to learn from them. We get to have our attention turned towards you. I pray, Father, for you to continue to stir a love for you in our hearts as we dig into your word, as we get to know Christ more intimately. I pray, Father, that we would represent you well, that we would have changed hearts, that we would encounter you in a way that is only moved by your Spirit, that you would be working in us and through us, that we might show the love of Christ to those around us, that we can draw them to you as well. We thank you, Father, again, for this time to be gathered together. It is a blessing to be with a bunch of people who love you. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.